The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 2nd, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Ronnie Jackson to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between parties with time equally allocated between parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip will be limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of the 82nd anniversary of D-Day and the Battle of Normandy. On June 6, 1944, more than 150,000 Allied troops, nearly half of them Americans, stormed the beaches of Normandy in one of the most consequential military operations that has ever been undertaken. Their actions not only changed the course of World War II, but also left an enduring legacy of courage that continues to this day to inspire. Recently, I had the honor of visiting the Normandy American Cemetery, where I visited the grave of Harry Snyder of Pennsylvania. Harry gave his life for our nation. During my visit, I had the privilege of reading a letter written posthumously by Ann Snyder, Harry's daughter. In the letter she wrote, "Dad, although your legacy is occasionally dimmed, it always emerges triumphant in hearts and minds of the young and not so young. Rest well until the day that we meet again." Standing among the graves of those who gave their lives for freedom serves as a powerful reminder of the immense cost of liberty and our enduring obligation to preserve that liberty. May we never forget their heroic actions. May we never forget their service. And may we never forget the profound debt of gratitude that we owe to each and every one of them. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the Richland School District on its selection as a great Pennsylvania school. Presented by the Pennsylvania School Boards Association, the designation recognizes school districts across Pennsylvania for academic excellence. As Superintendent Arnold Nadonley stated, this recognition speaks volumes about the entire school district. I join with constituents throughout Cambria County in congratulating the Richland School District, Superintendent Nadonley, and the School Board of Directors on this incredible designation as one of the great Pennsylvania schools. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Jaffa Shriners of Blair County on the Jaffa Shrine being placed on the National Register of Historic Places. The Jaffa Shrine has been a venerable resource for the greater Altoona community since it opened in 1930. A cultural landmark on Broad Avenue, the Jaffa Shrine has brought people of all backgrounds together for multiple special events. The selection of the Jaffa Shrine for the National Register of Historic Places is a testament to the National Park Service's vital mission to identify America's historic landmarks. With a distinguished legacy of community enrichment and historic importance, the Jaffa Shrine has merited this profound recognition. Once again, congratulations to all Jaffa Shriners. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the dedicated public service of Joe Diamond. Joe of Bellwood, Pennsylvania, has provided outstanding leadership as the Region 4 Director of the Pennsylvania Farm Bureau for 32 years. Region 4's service area spans across a large portion of Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District. Joe, described as an expert in agriculture and farming, is the second longest tenured staff member in the entire Pennsylvania Farm Bureau. Raised on his family's dairy farm, Joe is fulfilling a lifelong passion with his career in agriculture. On behalf of all of the constituents in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I want to personally thank Joe Diamond for his distinguished legacy of advocacy on behalf of farmers and significant impact on agriculture throughout the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this past Memorial Day, my office joined the Loudoun community in honoring the 50th anniversary of the Sterling American Legion Post 150 Memorial. That's right, it was 50 years ago that Post 150, led by committee chairman at the time, Jack Kapp, established the park on Memorial Day 1976, recognizing that our community needed a place to remember those who served and those who never returned home. As part of this important anniversary, my office was proud to provide 4 American flags that will now fly over the memorial next year. For 50 years, Sterling American Legion Post 150 Memorial has stood as a reminder that freedom is never free and that the sacrifices of our fallen must never be forgotten. The members of Post 150 continue that mission every single day through their support for veterans and military families. Places like this memorial preserve the service and sacrifice of our fallen heroes for future generations. And they must also serve as a reminder that actions are just as important as words and symbols. That means supporting our veterans and military families here in Congress. May we all always remember and recognize those who made the ultimate sacrifice for this nation. Mr. Speaker, over the past year and a half, 10,000 USAID employees were forced out of their jobs. Many of them were my constituents, and many others with decades of diplomatic experience were pushed into retirement as the agency was illegally dismantled. And that was bad enough for them and for our country's security and safety. But now former USAID constituents are reaching out saying that they aren't getting their full and accurate retirement annuities. In many cases, USAID retirees have received no benefits at all since July of 2025, benefits that they earned and are legally entitled to. And this also includes discontinued health insurance as well, making life hard for them and their families. As a result, according to the recent surveys of these USAID employees, 85% of them have experienced negative financial impact, and 76% report negative impacts on their mental health. And when people try to contact USAID's HR office for help, staff there has reportedly been directed to ignore emails and calls and funnel all outreach into a single ticket system. It's almost deliberately inefficient. And when our constituents try to call to speak to a live staff member, they aren't able to. Questions are going unanswered and people are left in the dark, waiting without pay while facing mortgages, college tuition payments, and rising costs of groceries and gas. Not paying retirees their earned benefits is a slap in the face to the people who dedicated their careers to public service and making America strong and secure through their work abroad. So I urge the administration to stop breaking the law and stealing from USAID employees. They must immediately fix this. That means issuing all owed retirement benefits to every eligible USAID employee. Mr. Speaker, on May 22nd, USCIS released a policy memo that it would grant adjustment of status from within the United States only in extraordinary circumstances. This broad policy abandons over 70 years of law and precedent, and it's pulling the rug out from under families who have worked to be together and from businesses who thought their workers would continue to be able to work. It's effectively forcing hardworking students, family members, and entrepreneurs on a pathway to a green card to leave the country for many years while they wait for their status to change. And almost immediately, my office was flooded with inquiries about what this will mean for families. Over a week later, USCIS has tried to clarify their original memo. One spokesman said that people who provide an economic benefit will likely be able to continue on their current path, but with no specific details, families are left with more questions than answers. And so yesterday, I sent a letter to USCIS seeking clarification for how they plan to implement this policy, but also urging the agency to immediately reverse it, because our immigrant communities who are doing everything right should not be punished. Our businesses, already struggling under the economic chaos of this administration, should not suddenly be told that many of their employees won't be able to continue working. And these policies are undermining our greatest strength by driving away talent, innovation, and leaders in communities across the country and across the world. These policies signal that the United States can't be trusted to keep the promises it makes to immigrant communities or really to anyone. So I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this USCIS policy. Mr. Speaker, what do you do when people in your administration constantly break the law? Do you clean house of all corruption and self-dealing or increase transparency and accountability? Well, that's not quite what the administration is doing to address corruption and law breaking in its ranks. No, they are going the other way by making federal workers now sign NDAs. The new message is if you see something, don't say something, even if that something is against the law. See, these NDAs aren't just meant to cover sensitive internal deliberations or classified information. They apply to nearly everything going on inside the administration.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they say the only thing harder than winning a championship is defending it. Well, don't tell that to the Gents Stomp team from Jacksonville, Florida, because right now they're celebrating back-to-back national championships. The Gents are one of Northeast Florida's premier youth leadership programs committed to developing young men through discipline, service, and excellence. This year, they once again stepped onto the national stage, earning their second Stomp Wars USA National Championship. But this is more than just a trophy, Mr. Speaker. Through the art of step, these young men are developing teamwork and character as they grow into confident young leaders. Whether on stage or in the classroom at home, they proudly embody the Gents' core values of humility, scholarship, and leadership. A very special recognition to head coach Shamari Gloucester, whose talent, his mentorship, his unwavering dedication to these young men have not only shaped the championship team, but the young men that they are becoming. Mr. Speaker, the Gents steps made history, and their future is already marching towards greatness. Congratulations, Gents. Northeast Florida is very proud of you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Spirit of the living God, be present among us and renew our spirits. For your Spirit alone gives wisdom and understanding, the ability to perceive in these days what is right and eternal, and avoid what would be easier and more convenient. Your Spirit gives direction and builds strength, offering us counsel and perseverance to see the way through the complexities of the discussions laid before us. It is your Holy Spirit who instills in us the knowledge and the fear of the Lord. Far from frightening, your Spirit enables us to perceive the power of your mercy and the capaciousness of your grace, freeing us to be who you desire us to be and to do what you ask of us to do in this place. O Holy Spirit, inspire our innermost souls and enrich our attitudes throughout this day, that we would strive for holiness. O divine presence, remind us constantly of your nearness, that we would be encouraged to share in your divine work in the world. We ask for the strength you offer to us when we pray in your name. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is to be recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the 82nd anniversary of D-Day. On June 4, 1944, American soldiers raced into the mouth of the Nazi war machine, storming the beaches of Normandy. For the town of Bedford, Virginia, D-Day is always particularly poignant. 20 boys from Bedford lost their lives on D-Day. Bedford suffered the highest D-Day death toll per capita of any American community. We honor and remember our D-Day heroes with the National D-Day Memorial located in Bedford. This year, the memorial celebrates its 25th anniversary. However, it will be the first D-Day since the passing of memorial advocate Lucille Hoback-Bogus. Ms. Hoback-Bogus had 2 brothers killed on D-Day, and she helped lead efforts to create the memorial with founder Bob Slaughter. We continue to follow in her footsteps, preserving the legacy of her brothers and the many heroes who served in Normandy and through their heroism cracked the wall of Hitler's fortress Europe. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Rise to address the House for up to 1 minute and extend or revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying before, what do you do when people in your administration constantly break the law? Do you clean house of all corruption and self-dealing or increase transparency and accountability? Well, this administration decided to go the opposite direction and just announced a plan last week to require all federal workers to sign NDAs. The new message, if you see something, don't say something, even if that something is against the law. See, these NDAs aren't just meant to cover sensitive internal deliberations or classified information. They apply to nearly everything going on inside the administration, even the illegal stuff. This is about silencing whistleblowers. This is about punishing people who speak out about waste, fraud, and abuse. And this is about putting loyalty to the president above service to our country and the federal workforce. So if you want to fight waste, fraud, and abuse in government, and if you actually want to put our country first, then join me in fighting these federal worker loyalty NDAs. Thank you, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will come to order. For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the vote by the yeas and nays on which the question of adoption of H-Con Res 86 may be postponed until the legislative day of June 3rd, 2026.
Without objection. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5682 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 505, H.R. 5682, a bill to take certain land in the state of California into trust for the benefit of the Pechanga Band of Indians and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 5682, the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise to support H.R. 5682 introduced by Congressman Issa, which would place approximately 860 acres of Bureau of Land Management into trust for the Pechanga Band of Indians. Located in Temecula, California, the Pechanga Band has a deep desire to protect its ancestral cultural land. This includes the Puesca Mountain, which is central to the Pechanga's creation stories and spiritual life. The Pechanga Band was able to purchase Puesca Mountain in 2012 and placed it into trust in 2015. The 860 acres of BLM-managed land conveyed in this legislation are interspersed within the Pechanga Band's existing holdings, including Puesca Mountain. This wildly checkerboard pattern of land ownership has complicated the Pechanga's band's access to and stewardship of its sacred land. With this transfer, however, the tribe will consolidate its ownership and more easily maintain the land. The legislation requires that the land remain as open space and be used only for cultural and conservation purposes. The bill also includes an explicit prohibition on gaming pursuant to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. I want to thank my friend, Mr. Issa, for working diligently with the Pechanga Band to develop H.R. 5682, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5682. H.R. 5682, which will return ancestral homelands in Southern California to the Pechanga Band of Indians. The lands that would be returned under this bill are located within the Puesca Mountain, a sacred site and cultural, historic, and religious significance to the tribe. In the mid-2000s, the tribe fought tirelessly to protect these lands from destructive mining that would have destroyed the mountain. They ultimately purchased and took into trust much of these lands. In addition to the tribe, the Bureau of Land Management holds several parcels on the mountain, including approximately 1,261 acres adjacent to the tribe's trust land. H.R. 5682 will take these lands into trust for the benefit of the tribe, consolidating most of the mountain into tribal trust land and allowing the tribe to steward their ancestral lands. I urge my colleagues to support the passage of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Issa.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first or the second time that Pechanga has reached out to expand the historic and ancestral lands and to preserve it. We have a long track history now of the Pechanga Indians taking into trust and improving the lands that they have purchased or that are transferred. Previously, the Bureau of Land Management came to us and said, we have land we cannot afford to maintain. It has no value. It's a mountainside. Is there any interest in it by the Native American tribes in the area? We were pleasantly surprised to discover that yes, there was. And in fact, they had for years been clandestinely trying to do what they could to preserve the land. As many people know, California Native Americans were landless for many years, displaced by the Spaniards, taken away, and not until Ulysses S. Grant did they begin returning to their ancestral homes. As a result, there are massive amounts of their historic lands that either lie in private hands or public hands. Pechanga has bought at its own expense private lands, in this case, public lands which are not able to be maintained properly and which would have a cost to the federal government, will be taken over and maintained by the Pechanga Band of Native American Indians. That means that the federal government saves money through this transfer. But more importantly, their stewardship has in fact been good for the surrounding area. As many people know, fires rage in Southern California on a regular basis. Land that is not properly maintained, especially with low-lying, highly flammable shrubbery, burns quickly and spreads to surrounding areas. Under the Pechanga stewardship, that will be partially abated and, in fact, managed. Lastly, Pechanga, at its own expense, has raised a large fire department, one that maintains these lands as well or better than the surrounding communities. That means for Temecula, Riverside County, and other areas, again, this is a savings at the expense of the tribe. They do so because of the importance of the land to their people, and for that reason, I ask that this be moved forward positively on behalf of the federal government's benefit and the benefit of our Native Americans. With that, I yield back.
Yields.
Chairman, I have no further request for the balance of my time.
Join reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, again, the Pechanga Band of Indians has worked to consolidate its ancestral and cultural land for years. The conveyance authorized by this legislation will unwind much of the checkerboard pattern that has prevented the Pechanga Band from readily accessing its lands, including its most sacred site, the Puesca Mountain. I thank Mr. Issa for his work on this straightforward but very important legislation. I support H.R. 5682, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5682 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 41 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 499, H.R. 41, a bill to provide for the recognition of certain Alaska Native communities and the settlement of certain claims under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 41, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 41, the Unrecognized Southeast Alaska Native Communities Recognition and Compensation Act, introduced by Mr. Begich of Alaska. This bill amends the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, or ANSCA, to recognize the Alaska Native communities of Haines, Ketchikan, Petersburg, Tanuki, and Wrangell. ANCSA was signed into law to resolve the long-standing issues surrounding the land claims of Alaska Natives. Under ANCSA, roughly 200 village corporations and 12 regional corporations were established. However, those 5 communities I just mentioned were excluded from the list of Southeast Alaska Native villages. As a result, they have missed out on numerous opportunities afforded to other Alaska Native communities. Although the 5 communities objected to their exclusion, no right of appeal was provided for the Southeast villages, so their challenges were rejected outright. Recognizing these 5 communities under ANCSA has been a long-standing goal of the Alaska delegation. Accordingly, the legislation amends ANCSA to allow them to organize into Alaska Native urban corporations and select 1 township each within the Tongass National Forest. The lands covered by this legislation were selected in consultation with the affected Alaska Native communities, local stakeholders, the U.S. Forest Service, and the general public. I commend Representative Begich for his work on behalf of his constituency, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 41, the Unrecognized Southeast Alaska Native Communities Recognition and Compensation Act, would amend the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, or ANCSA, to address the exclusion of 5 Southeast Alaska Native communities. When ANCSA was enacted in 1971 to resolve Alaska Native land claims, Congress created the Alaska Native Corporations, a structure that is vastly different than the framework established for tribal nations in the lower 48. Most Alaska Natives were enrolled into both a village corporation and a regional corporation. However, the communities of Haines, Ketchikan, Petersburg, and Tenaki and Wrangell were left off the eligibility list for establishing village corporations under ANCSA. H.R. 41 seeks to address that omission by creating the Alaska Native urban corporations for each of the 5 communities and authorizing the conveyance of approximately 23,040 acres of land, consistent with the acreage provided to the other Southeast Alaska Native communities under ANCSA from the Tongass National Forest in Southeast Alaska. Now, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that over the years this legislation has generated debate, particularly regarding the conveyance of federal lands within the Tongass National Forest. As the legislation advances, we remain committed to working with our colleagues in the Senate to address the historic injustices that occurred for these communities while safeguarding the cultural, ecological, and economic importance of the Tongass National Forest. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Alaska, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Begich.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 41, the Unrecognized Southeast Alaska Native Communities Recognition and Compensation Act. This bill rights a wrong that has endured for more than 50 years. When Congress passed the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act in 1971, it made a promise to Alaska Native people, land and the right to form their own corporations to manage that land and build their futures. But 5 Southeast Alaska communities, Haines, Ketchikan, Petersburg, Tenaki, and Wrangell, were left out. Through no fault of their own, the Native people of these communities were given a name no Native community should ever have to carry, the landless. For half a century, the people of these 5 communities have come to Washington, made their case, and waited patiently and persistently for this body to keep its word. They have done everything that was ever asked of them. My predecessors have introduced this bill 10 times in this body, and in all those years, the House has yet to pass this bill. Today, we change that. H.R. 41 finally allows these communities to do what every other Alaskan Native community was able to do decades ago: organize their corporations, receive their land, and chart their own course. This action fulfills a promise and recognizes that Alaskan Native self-determination was always meant to include these communities. To the elders and leaders of Haines, Ketchikan, Petersburg, Tenaki, and Wrangell, who never gave up, thank you for persevering. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 41, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 41 amends ANCSA to recognize the communities of Haines, Ketchikan, Petersburg, Teneke, and Wrangell. For over 50 years, these communities have missed out on the opportunities afforded under ANCSA. This legislation will deliver the fairness these communities deserve. I again thank Mr. Begich for his work on behalf of his constituents, and I urge passage of H.R. 41. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 41 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2768 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 502, H.R. 2768, a bill to amend the National Trail System Act to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to conduct a study on the feasibility of designating the Benton-McKay Trail as a National Scenic Trail.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Wesserman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
And to add extraneous material on H.R. 2768. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 2768, the Benton-McKay National Scenic Trail Feasibility Study Act of 2026, sponsored by Representative Flashman. Named after the American forester who envisioned the Appalachian Trail, the Benton-McKay Trail, or BMT for short, is a roughly 280-mile backcountry trail that extends across Georgia, Tennessee, and North Carolina. Beginning at Springer Mountain in northern Georgia, the BMT crosses several national forests and ultimately connects with the Appalachian Trail and Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Approximately 95% of the trail is on land managed by the Forest Service or the National Park Service. H.R. 2768 authorizes a study to evaluate the feasibility of designating the BMT as a National Scenic Trail. There are currently 11 National Scenic Trails across the country. These routes generally extend 100 miles or more, are primarily non-motorized, and offer exceptional recreation opportunities. This legislation will evaluate the BMT to ensure that it meets the criteria for designation as a National Scenic Trail before any designation is made. Importantly, this bill will not add any land to the federal estate, and any designation of the BMT would require a separate act of Congress. I thank my colleague, Representative Flashman, for his bipartisan work on this effort. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2768, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 2768 would authorize the Secretary of Agriculture to study the feasibility of designating the Benton-McKay Trail as a National Scenic Trail. This study is the first step towards securing a well-deserved national designation for this historic sister trail of the Appalachian Trail, honoring the legacy of Benton McKay, the visionary regional planner who first proposed the Appalachian Trail and co-founded the Wilderness Society. The Benton-McKay Trail spans nearly 300 miles across Georgia, Tennessee, and North Carolina, running through some of the most treasured national landscapes, including 93 miles within the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. This is exactly the type of trail meant for this official designation under the National Trail System Act, and it is encouraging to see bipartisan enthusiasm for the potential of expanding this system. I want to recognize and thank Representative Cohen, who is the former sponsor of this bill, for his leadership and dedication to this issue, and I am strongly supportive of efforts to designate new trails and expand the conservation of our public lands as we navigate the escalating biodiversity and climate crises. Protecting these natural spaces and ensuring public access and recreation is more critical than ever. It is my sincere hope that we will work more frequently together on a bipartisan basis to pass conservation efforts just like this one moving forward, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Fleischman.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill. Mr. Speaker, the Benton-MacKaye Trail runs approximately 287 miles from Springer Mountain in North Georgia through East Tennessee and western North Carolina into the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, ending in Big Creek in the northeast corner of the park. The Benton-MacKaye Trail provides numerous opportunities for easy, moderate, and challenging day hikes, many routes for the multi-day backpacking and camping, and of course, for the most serious hikers, end-to-end hikes. More than 200 volunteers do maintenance work on the trail each year, generating approximately 8,000 hours of volunteer maintenance annually. It offers quite an alternative to the heavily used section of the Appalachian Trail from North Georgia through the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Congress has not designated a new national scenic trail since 2009. This trail is long overdue for that recognition. The feasibility study is the next step. It is a low-cost, low-footprint measure. The trail is already on federal land for about 95% of its length and would be administered by the Forest Service. This is bipartisan legislation that passed committee with unanimous consent. I urge my colleagues to support this great bill. Yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee.
The chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Ms. Stansberry, and I appreciate your mentioning me in your remarks. I was the original sponsor of this bill and was happy that Mr. Fleischman, whose district is much closer to it and probably encompasses part of it, accepted the prime sponsorship and has got to this point. The Benton-MacKaye Trail is a beautiful trail and a long trail. It's the longest trail in the Smoky Mountain National Park. And it overlaps the Appalachian Trail at 6 separate points and passes through 3 national forests. It would be a good idea for the federal government to make this a national trail, and this just sets up a study. It's good work on Mr. Fleischman's part to get the study considered. Hopefully the study will come up with the right answer, which is yes, do the trail and take care of it. It's North Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee all have parts of the trail, and a lot of residents from Chattanooga, Knoxville, Asheville, and Atlanta visit for camping and adventures. So I'm pleased to be a co-sponsor and appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Back. The gentlelady reserves.
Yep.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Is the gentlelady prepared to close?
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I commend Representative Fleischman and Representative Cohen for their leadership on behalf of their Representative Fleischman's constituents. This legislation initiates an important process to evaluate a prominent trail in the South for potential designation as a national scenic trail. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2768 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3831.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 572, H.R. 3831, a bill to amend the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act to prohibit feeding sharks in the exclusive economic zone off the state of Florida.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Wesserman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3831, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3831, the Florida Safe Seas Act of 2025, sponsored by Representative Webster of Florida. In recent years, shark populations have exploded in our waters. In Florida, this has posed considerable safety concerns, especially for those participating in the state's commercial and recreational fishing sectors, as well as in other recreational activities on or near the ocean. To address this issue, Florida enacted a ban more than 2 decades ago on feeding sharks while diving and snorkeling in state waters. While this ban has been effective in state waters, threats still exist in federal waters. H.R. 3831 extends the existing state ban on shark feeding to federal waters, aligning state and federal policies. I want to commend Representative Webster for his leadership on this important issue for the state of Florida, and I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 3831 amends the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act to prohibit the feeding of sharks within the exclusive economic zone surrounding Florida. Currently, the Magnuson-Stevens Act only bans shark feeding in federal waters around Hawaii and the U.S. territories. Feeding sharks can alter their natural behavior by creating an association between humans and food sources, and this behavioral conditioning may increase the risk of human-shark interactions, placing both people and sharks in danger. These changes in behavior can also disrupt the balance of marine ecosystems overall. The increased risk of negative human and shark interactions is bad for the economy, too. It harms ecotourism and recreation, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry that fuels coastal towns. In addition, the fishing community is increasingly concerned that shark feeding encourages depredation, which is the partial or complete removal of a hooked fish from an angler's line by a shark. NOAA Fisheries has noted that one of the reasons shark depredations has increased is that sharks are able to identify boats as an easy source of food. Florida state law already prohibits the feeding of sharks in state waters. This amendment would expand that ban to Florida's adjacent federal waters, creating continuity and a cohesive approach to protecting the coast, supporting a strong coastal economy, safeguarding those who rely on these waters for work and recreation, and preserving Florida's cherished marine life. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 3831, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, this bill will improve administrative efficiency and enhance the safety of the ocean-going public by aligning state and federal regulations. Congressman Webster's legislation is just the latest of several different bills that our committee has advanced to address issues related to shark depredation, which was exacerbated when Congress enacted the Shark Fin Sales Elimination Act of 2021. I thank Mr. Webster for his work on advancing this important issue. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3931 as amended? 3831 as amended. Those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4463.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 503, H.R. 4463, a bill to amend the Catawba Indian Tribe of South Carolina Land Claim Settlement Act of 1993.
Pursuant to the rules, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Wesserman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 4463, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. H.R. 4463, introduced by Representative Norman of South Carolina, amends the Catawba Indian Tribe of South Carolina Land Claim Settlement Act of 1993 to remove federal restrictions on future membership in the Catawba Indian Nation. This is a straightforward tribal sovereignty bill. In 1993, Congress passed the Catawba Settlement Act. That statute restored the Catawba Indian Nation's federal recognition, resolved its land claims, and set out several rules for the tribe in federal law. But the law also did something unusual. It put future membership rules for the Catawba Indian Nation directly into federal statute. In practical terms, Congress, not the tribe, set the requirements for who could be a tribal member going forward. H.R. 4463 restores sovereignty to the tribe. It removes federal membership restrictions and allows the Catawba Indian Nation to determine its own membership under its own constitution and governing processes. That is how this should work. Deciding who belongs to a tribe is one of the most basic parts of tribal self-government. It should be handled by the tribe through its own laws, not locked into federal law by Congress. I commend Mr. Norman for his work on this important bill. I support H.R. 4463 and reserve the balance of my time.
Woman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4463, which would respect the principles of self-determination and self-governance by restoring the Catawba Indian Nation's right to determine their own citizenship criteria. Congress enacted the Catawba Indian Tribe of South Carolina Land Claim Settlement Act in 1993 to resolve the nation's long-standing land claims and provide for monetary settlement funds. The act included a restrictive provision that limited the nation's enrollment to individuals who could determine both lineal descent from the 1962 final roll and a maintained political relationship with the tribe. While the intention of this requirement was to determine eligibility for settlement distributions, which have long been completed, it has had further-reaching implications for the tribe's ability to enroll its own members. H.R. 4463 is a simple but meaningful fix to remove this restriction so that the nation can determine their own citizenship criteria. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 4463 is a narrow common sense bill. It removes a unique federal restriction on the Catawba Indian Nation and returns future membership decisions to the tribe's own constitution and governing processes. Membership is a core part of tribal self-government. This bill respects that principle, and I thank Congressman Norman for his leadership. I urge passage of H.R. 4463 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4463? Those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5911 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 576, H.R. 5911, a bill to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to convey to the city of Ouray, Colorado, certain land managed by the Forest Service together with a reservoir.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material to H.R. 5911, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 5911, the Crystal Reservoir Conveyance Act, which is sponsored by my colleague on the Natural Resources Committee, Representative Hurd. This is a common sense bill that conveys the Crystal Reservoir, Full Moon Dam and Ditch, and surrounding 45 acres of land from the U.S. Forest Service to the city of Ouray, Colorado. This legislation reflects a simple but important idea. When a local community depends on reliable access to a resource, they should be empowered to take responsibility for it. This is especially true when the federal government is no longer in a position to manage that resource effectively. The city of Ouray is also known as the outdoor recreation capital of Colorado. It is surrounded by federal land and deeply tied to the Crystal Reservoir. That reservoir is not just a scenic feature. It plays a critical role in wildfire response, supports local agriculture, sustains recreation, and helps provide water for the community or for the city's well-known hot springs. But today the reservoir is drained. The aging Full Moon Dam was found to have structural issues, and instead of being quickly repaired to restore access to the reservoir, the dam has been taken offline. This has left Ouray without a critical asset. H.R. 5911 offers a straightforward solution to make the reservoir operational again by conveying the water infrastructure, water rights, and surrounding land to the city. In doing so, this legislation allows the city to step in, repair the Full Moon Dam, and manage the reservoir in a way that reflects local needs and priorities. At the same time, this bill includes strong guardrails to ensure the public interest is protected. The land must remain as open space for public recreation with continued access to existing roads and trails. The city must assume full responsibility for operating and maintaining the dam and ensuring compliance with safety requirements. And there are clear limitations on development and expansion, including provisions to conserve upstream wetlands. This transfer of responsibility represents good stewardship of taxpayer dollars. Instead of the federal government taking on potentially costly repairs to aging infrastructure, this bill allows a willing and capable partner to assume that burden, ensuring that the people who depend on the infrastructure have a direct stake in its future. More broadly, this legislation reflects the kind of partnerships we should be encouraging across the country. Communities like Ouray are not asking for less access or less responsibility. They're asking for the ability to manage resources that are essential to their livelihoods, their safety, and their local economies. When we empower these communities, we get faster action and solutions that are tailored to realities on the ground. H.R. 5911 employs common sense to restore a critical resource, strengthen local water security, support wildfire preparedness, and maintain public access for recreation. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this fiscally responsible legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 5911 would, as was stated, authorize the conveyance of the Crystal Reservoir in Colorado and its surrounding infrastructure from the U.S. Forest Service to the city of Ouray, Colorado. In early 2024, the Forest Service was forced to drain this reservoir because the Full Moon Dam had become structurally compromised. For the city of Ouray, this was a crisis. The community relies heavily on this reservoir to maintain its municipal water supply, support vital wildfire preparedness, and to sustain the outdoor recreational economy in the Red Mountains. The bill before us provides a straightforward solution: transfer of the 45-acre area to the city so that Ouray can repair the dam, refill the reservoir, and secure the water rights necessary to protect its residents. But just as importantly, this legislation demonstrates exactly the right way to execute a public land conveyance. This transfer is transparent, it is strictly accountable, and it guarantees that the land will perpetually benefit the public. The bill explicitly mandates that the area be maintained as open space in perpetuity. It guarantees permanent, free public access for recreation, It strictly prohibits commercial development, allowing only for necessary dam operations that comply with Colorado water law. And to ensure total accountability, the bill includes a strict revisionary clause that if any of these conditions are violated, the transfer is canceled. Because this bill was crafted in the right way, it has earned broad and enthusiastic local support. It is backed by the city of Ouray, the towns of Ridgway and Silverton, Ouray and San Juan counties, and the Ouray County Sheriff. It has also earned the endorsement of vital community groups, including the Colorado River District, the Uncompahgre Watershed Partnership, the Trust for Public Land Restoration, and the Ouray Trail Group. Furthermore, this responsible, public-first approach has garnered strong bipartisan support in the Senate, proving that when we prioritize transparency and perpetual public benefit, we can build robust consensus. H.R. 5911 is a model for how to empower local communities while protecting public access and conservation. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Colorado, the lead sponsor of this bill, and the chairman on the House Natural Resources Subcommittee on Indian and Insular Affairs, Mr. Hurd.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Chairman Westerman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5911, the Crystal Reservoir Conveyance Act. I want to begin by thanking committee staff whose hard work helped move this legislation across the finish line. At its core, this bill reflects a simple principle. Where there is strong local support, a clear public purpose, and appropriate safeguards, decisions should be made by the people closest to the resource. That principle is, in fact, at the heart of this legislation. H.R. 5911 would convey the Crystal Reservoir, Full Moon Dam and Ditch, and the surrounding land necessary for their operations to the city of Ouray, along with the associated water rights and infrastructure. This request came from the city of Ouray itself. It is not a top-down proposal. It is a locally driven solution to a local problem. For generations, Crystal Reservoir has served the community in multiple ways. It provides water for municipal use and agriculture. It supports recreation. It supports the city's hot springs. And it serves as an important resource for wildfire suppression in a region where that responsibility becomes more and more important each year. In 2024, structural concerns at Full Moon Dam forced the United States Forest Service to drain the reservoir. Almost overnight, the community lost a resource it had relied upon for generations. Today, the question before us is straightforward. Who is best positioned to restore, maintain, and manage this resource going forward? The city of Ouray has answered that question. The city is prepared to assume full responsibility for repair, operation, maintenance, and liability. The city is prepared to do the work. The city is prepared to bear the responsibility. And the city is prepared to make the long-term investments necessary to restore this important asset. At the same time, this legislation protects the public interest. It preserves public access. It protects recreational opportunities. It prohibits commercial development. And it includes a reversionary provision to ensure that the land continues to be used for its intended purpose. The land remains protected, and the public remains welcome. The difference is that management moves closer to the people who depend on this resource every day. This legislation is also good government. At a time when federal land management agencies face substantial deferred maintenance backlogs, this bill relieves the federal government of future operational and maintenance obligations while placing the resource in the hands of a willing and capable local partner. In the West, we often say water is life. This bill recognizes that reality. It respects local stewardship. It respects taxpayers. And it recognizes that communities willing to assume responsibility should be empowered to do so. This is a story about local responsibility. The community stepping forward to preserve an important resource, maintain public access, and ensure that future generations can continue to benefit from it. Congress should support that effort. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 5911, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. For what purposes the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, at its core, this bill is about restoring a public recreation site that is vital to a nearby community. We have an opportunity to turn a stalled federal asset into a functioning local resource to replace uncertainty with action and to show that when communities are ready to step up, Congress is willing to meet them there. That is a result that is worth supporting. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5911, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6162 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 577, H.R. 6162, a bill to transfer certain federal land into trusts for certain Indian pueblos in the state of New Mexico and for other purposes.
Gentleman from Arkansas is pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, will each control 20 minutes. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 6162, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise to support H.R. 6162, the Albuquerque Indian School Act of 2025. This legislation conveys approximately 9.89 acres of federal land in Albuquerque, New Mexico, to the Department of the Interior to be held in trust for the 19 pueblos of New Mexico. The land is currently owned by the General Services Administration. The transfer includes 3 tracts formerly used by the Albuquerque Indian School, which operated for a century from 1881 to 1981. Those tracts remain historically and culturally significant to the 19 pueblos. H.R. 6162 requires the 19 pueblos to use the transferred land for educational and cultural purposes as well as economic development. The legislation has received wide support from the All Pueblo Council of Governors, the Albuquerque City Council, the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce, and various local officials. It also includes a prohibition on gaming, subject to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. I support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always a good day when New Mexico is in the House, and we are in the House today with the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center, which is why I am so honored to be able to speak about my legislation supported by the entire New Mexico delegation, H.R. 6162, which is the Albuquerque Indian School Act. Back home in New Mexico, the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center is a place for community, culture, language, celebration, education, and economic development for our 19 pueblos right in the heart of my hometown in Albuquerque. What is now the nationally recognized Indian Pueblo Cultural Center was once the Albuquerque Indian School, established as an Indian boarding school in the 1880s. Although the school operated through 1981, Congress began efforts to return the property to New Mexico's 19 pueblos in 1969, as the center was reopened as a cultural center in 1976. Since then, Congress has passed a number of bills to place this land into trust for the benefit of the pueblos. H.R. 6162 continues this important work, and this bill will transfer 9.89 acres of land that was historically a part of the former Indian School from the GSA to the Department of the Interior so that it can be taken into trust for the benefit of our 19 pueblos who help to govern the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center. The IPCC campus serves as a vibrant gathering place where Pueblo culture is celebrated through community events, educational experiences, the arts, and economic opportunities for Pueblo and local economic development. This property is managed by the All Pueblo Council of Governors and New Mexico's 19 sovereign pueblos. This council traces its origins back to before 1598 and is one of the oldest continuous intertribal governing organizations in North America today. It serves as a collective voice for the Pueblo nations, and through leadership, advocacy, and cultural stewardship, the council works to protect tribal sovereignty and advance the shared priorities of our Pueblo communities. Under the leadership and dedication of the Pueblos, a site that was once marked by trauma and cultural loss has been transformed into a place of renewal, resilience, and investment in tribal communities. Since its opening in 1976, the IPCC has served as a living hub for Pueblo languages, dance, culture, storytelling, and empowerment of our Pueblo communities right in the heart of our city, as thousands of visitors from all over the world come every year to visit. We invite everyone across the country and the world to come visit and to join us in celebrating Pueblo culture. The center serves as a home not only to the thriving communities of our New Mexico Pueblo communities, but also as a place for education. It is home to regional BIE and BIA offices, tribally run businesses, a native-run charter school, and a meeting space, of course, for the All Pueblo Council of Governors. So passing H.R. 6162 will allow the IPCC to continue to expand its work to promote cultural preservation, economic opportunity, community development, and economic development while honoring the history, traditions, and enduring strength of the 19 Pueblos. It also represents another step in restoring tribal stewardship over ancestral lands and ensuring that this historic site continues to serve future generations in New Mexico. I urge my colleagues to pass this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 6162 furthers the 19 Pueblos' efforts to consolidate parcels of land related to the former Albuquerque Indian School, which holds significant cultural and historical value. I commend my colleague, the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, for her work on behalf of her constituents. I support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6162 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7618 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7618, a bill to amend Title 54 United States Code to modify certain cost-sharing requirements for grant programs under the American Battlefield Protection Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rules, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 7618, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 7618, the American Battlefield Protection Program Amendments Act of 2026, introduced by Representative Kiggins. America's battlefields are more than just parks. They are hallowed grounds that tell the story of our nation's struggles, triumphs, and defining moments. They are the places where ordinary people made extraordinary sacrifices in defense of liberty, self-government, and the ideas that continue to define us today. As the settings of battles spanning from the Revolutionary War to the Civil War, These historic sites serve as living classrooms that continue to teach generations of Americans about the conflicts that forged our great nation. But many of these places are being lost. Today, the majority of Revolutionary War and War of 1812 battlefields no longer retain significant land from the period of battle, and more than 20% of Civil War battlefields have been lost altogether. That's why 30 years ago, Congress created the American Battlefield Protection Program to help protect and restore historic battlefields through public-private partnerships. And numbers speak for themselves. Since its inception, this program has helped protect more than 100 battlefields in 42 states and conserve battlefield lands at 110 battlefield sites in 19 states. Representative Keegan's bipartisan legislation keeps that momentum going fittingly during our nation's semi-quincentennial year. Her legislation reauthorizes and strengthens this successful program through 2036 and streamlines the program by consolidating separate authorizations for the Restoration and Interpretation Modernization grant programs into a single unified authorization. This legislation also directs the National Park Service to study sites associated with the French and Indian War and the Mexican-American War, two important conflicts that help shape our nation's history, but which are not currently included in the program. This is a targeted bill. It doesn't create a new program or expand federal control. Rather, it builds on something that already works and makes it better. It also comes at the right time. In this year of America's 250th anniversary, there is growing interest in making sure we take stock of our nation's history, not just through books, but on the ground, where people can see and experience it. From Gettysburg and Vicksburg to Manassas and beyond, H.R. 7618 ensures that we are able to appreciate the places where American history was made and that future generations will be able to experience these hallowed grounds firsthand for America's next 250 years. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7618, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For over 3 decades, the American Battlefield Protection Program has been instrumental in saving sites from the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, and the Civil War. H.R. 7618 would build on that legacy by reauthorizing the program another 7 years beyond the current expiration through fiscal year 2036. At the existing authorization level of $20 million per annum. This bill also would streamline the program by combining funding for interpretation grants and restoration grants into a single $2 million authorization. This is a smart technical improvement to how we provide support for state, local, and nonprofit partners who work to protect these lands. And since history does not start and stop with just these 3 conflicts, the legislation rightly directs the Secretary of Interior to prepare resource studies for sites from the French and Indian War and the Mexican-American War, 2 pivotal eras currently ineligible for these specific grants, laying the groundwork to protect even more of our shared heritage. Preserving our history is a bipartisan obligation, so I want to thank Representative Seth Magaziner for his leadership on the Democratic side in bringing this bill forward, along our colleagues across the aisle. And as we celebrate America 250 this year, preserving the physical landscapes of our past has never been more vital. Our battlegrounds are living classrooms. Protecting these sacred grounds ensures historical accuracy, allowing future generations to walk where our forebears fought, sacrificed, and demonstrated the true cost of our freedoms. Bills like this one show the importance of bipartisan unity. It is so important that we not allow partisanship to destroy this historic moment. We must work together to safeguard the unvarnished truth of our history. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7618 to honor our past and to ensure that our history remains intact for the next 250 years. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia, the lead sponsor of this bill, Ms. Kiggins.
The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 7618, the American Battlefield Protection Program Amendments Act. I want to thank Chairman Westerman, Chairman Tiffany, and my bipartisan colleague, Congressman Seth Magaziner, for their support of this important legislation. America's battlefields are more than historic sites. They are outdoor classrooms, living memorials, and sacred grounds where generations of Americans fought and sacrificed for our great nation. Yet many of these irreplaceable landmarks remain threatened by development and the passage of time. H.R. 7618 reauthorizes the American Battlefield Protection Program through fiscal year 2036, streamlines and improves the flexibility of existing battlefield interpretation and restoration grants, and directs the National Park Service to evaluate significant sites associated with the French Indian War and the Mexican-American War to help inform future preservation efforts. These changes will help ensure future generations can learn from and experience the places where our nation's history was made. As we approach the 250th anniversary of the United States, preserving these hallowed grounds is one of the most meaningful ways we can honor the Americans who came before us and pass their stories on to those who will follow. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Keegan's bill is a practical step to keep a proven program working and to prevent further loss of historic battlefields across America. We're not creating something new. We are building on a program with a track record of success so that it can continue to deliver results. If we do not act, more of these hallowed grounds will be lost to time. This bill ensures that those landscapes are conserved and able to tell the full story of our nation for generations to come. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7618 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules...
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Arkansas?
I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking a vote by the yeas and nays rise and remain standing. A sufficient number being having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7831.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 571, H.R. 7831, a bill to amend the Mineral Leasing Act to extend the period of time during which the Secretary of the Interior is required to collect a fee for each such new application for a permit to drill and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Wesserman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stanberry, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 7831, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of H.R. 7831, the License to Drill Act, sponsored by Representative Kennedy of Utah. Since its creation under the Energy Policy Act of 2005, the Permit Process Improvement Fund, or PPIF, has been a critical tool for the Bureau of Land Management. Congress created this program to provide BLM with the resources necessary to process applications for permits to drill, or APDs, in a timely manner. To support that effort, Congress authorized an APD application fee to help fund the PPIF and reduce permitting delays. Over the years, BLM has relied on the PPIF to ensure APDs are processed consistently and efficiently. While past administrations have not always maintained a satisfactory APD approval record, the PPIF has served as a reliable backstop, helping maintain continuity and staffing at BLM field offices. Under President Trump, Secretary Burgum's Department of the Interior has approved 63.7% more federal and Indian drilling permits than the previous administration had approved during an equivalent period of time in office. In fact, President Trump's BLM has approved 6,027 new oil and gas permits and more APDs than any other year over the past 15 years. Just last month, the Department of the Interior generated over $4 billion in total receipts from a BLM oil and gas lease sale in New Mexico and Texas under the Working Families Tax Cuts Act. That's 4 times the previous record. This commendable performance demonstrates strong demand for domestic energy production on federal lands. The Trump administration's success in unleashing American energy and House Republicans' commitment to responsible management of our natural resources and lowering American energy prices. H.R. 7831 reauthorizes the APD fee program. The fees which are paid when submitting an application to drill are deposited into the PPIF and used by the BLM to support application review and permitting activities. Since the implementation of these fees, operators and industry stakeholders have observed more reliable and timely permit approvals, prompting their strong support for the fees as good policy. H.R. 7831 takes an important step toward maintaining a predictable, efficient, and durable permitting framework for oil and natural gas development on federal lands. Reauthorizing fees for oil and gas drilling permits will help ensure that BLM has the resources necessary to process the permits needed to unleash American energy. I urge all my colleagues in joining me in supporting H.R. 7831, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7831, the License to Drill Act. This bill would reauthorize a common sense permitting program allowing the Bureau of Land Management to continue collecting fees with applications for permits to drill oil and gas wells. These fees go into the Permit Process Improvement Fund, which funds the expert staff responsible for processing drilling permits, conducting inspections, and ensuring compliance with environmental laws. Studies have consistently found that understaffing at agencies is one of the most common causes of permitting delays. Funding expert agency staff, as the Permit Process Improvement Act Fund does, is the simplest solution to speeding up permitting without cutting corners on safety. Without this bill, BLM's authority to collect these fees will expire at the end of this year. Allowing this authority to expire would have serious consequences for staffing and permitting efficiency, especially given the devastating cuts to the federal workforce that have been undertaken by this administration. I urge support for this legislation and reserve the balance.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Kennedy.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chair Westerman and his outstanding staff for their help in getting this bill to the floor. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my legislation, the License to Drill Act. This bill ensures the federal government has the operational resources to process energy permits efficiently without unnecessary delay. Every American takes part in an electrified economy, whether they choose to or not. And right now, that economy is facing a critical point. We're heading towards a severe energy deficit. We possess the most dynamic economy in the world, but every single engine of that economy runs on power. We need more of it every year to build, to manufacture, and to put people to work. Yet much of our existing generation capacity is at the end of its useful life. And as those plants go offline, our energy deficit worsens. We cannot close an energy gap this massive with wishful thinking. We must take practical steps to meet demand, because meeting demand is how we keep energy affordable for working families. The answer isn't to bet everything on a single source. The answer is an all-of-the-above energy strategy. We've already proven that this works. Just last year, the United States produced more energy than at any point in its history, hitting record highs in oil, natural gas, and renewables simultaneously. But when one source is choked off, everyday Americans pay the price. Producing that energy requires the capacity to efficiently permit it. Right now, a single permit can sit for months, not because the technology or industry isn't ready, but because the federal government often lacks the ability to keep up. Let's be clear, cutting red tape is not about cutting corners on safety. It's about speeding up our bureaucracy. We can maintain rigorous oversight without enduring years of needless delay. Every day a permit sits idly on a bureaucrat's desk is a day that costs American jobs, drives up utility bills, and hands global leverage to our adversaries. My License to Drill Act will extend a proven bipartisan program that has successfully cleared permit backlogs since 2004. By utilizing an industry-funded fee model, energy companies foot the bill for the administrative costs of these reviews. This means faster approvals, smaller backlogs, and more American energy, all without costing the taxpayers a single dollar. The License to Drill Act is a common-sense step in the right direction. Let's keep American energy moving forward. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, who is also the chair of the House Natural Resources Subcommittee on Energy and Minerals.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7831, the License to Drill Act, H.R. 1687, the Clean Act, and H.R. 5631, the Geothermal Energy Advancement Act. 3 good bipartisan bills that we put forth by my colleagues on the Natural Resources Committee. Now more than ever, the United States needs to be bringing more energy online to drive our 21st century economy. These bills will help guarantee we have durable, pro-energy policy no matter who is in the White House. These pieces of legislation will provide much-needed certainty for domestic energy producers, ensuring leaseholders will be able to responsibly produce on federal lands, including onshore oil and gas and geothermal energy development. Representative Kennedy's bill will reauthorize the BLM's authority to collect permit processing fees for oil and gas drilling permits and direct these fees towards processing the permits. This will help ensure that producers will actually have the ability to produce oil and gas on federal lands rather than sit in limbo for months or even years on end waiting for paperwork to be processed. Representative Fulcher's bill will require BLM to hold annual lease sales for geothermal development on federal lands. It also imposes deadlines for the BLM to process geothermal drilling permits, which again will ensure these energy producers will actually be able to produce on the federal leases they are issued. And Representative Hurd's bipartisan package of geothermal bills will build on this by enacting a series of reforms that will streamline the permitting of and collection of federal royalties for geothermal projects on federal lands. Ultimately, all 3 of these bills will bring more energy online faster, increase our strategic national security by lessening our dependence on foreign adversarial nations, and most importantly, lower costs for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues on the Natural Resources Committee for their work on these bills, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this package of good bipartisan legislation. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have any further speakers?
I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman's prepared to close and reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the rest of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I again urge my colleagues to support the License to Drill Act. America has some of the richest energy resources in the world, and House Republicans are working alongside the Trump administration to put those resources to work. I again thank Representative Kennedy for his diligent work on this issue, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7831. Those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1687 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 571, H.R. 1687, a bill to amend the Geothermal Steam Act of 1970 to increase the frequency of lease sales to require replacement sales and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, will each control 20 minutes. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks. and to add extraneous material to H.R. 1687, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1687, the Committing Leases for Energy Access Now Act, or the CLEAN Act. Introduced by Representative Fulcher, this bill is essential to bolstering geothermal energy production. Across the United States, the Bureau of Land Management is responsible for geothermal permitting on roughly 245 million acres of public land. The previous administration, however, was unwilling to hold lease sales at the rate necessary to support the industry and lower energy costs for Americans. Thankfully, President Trump and Secretary Burgum understand the need for abundant, low-cost, reliable energy sources and have made expanding domestic energy production a priority. Under their leadership, BLM has begun promoting annual geothermal lease sales. Representative Fulcher's CLEAN Act codifies these annual lease sales into law and furthers prudent efforts to secure American energy dominance for generations to come. In October 2025, the BLM held a geothermal lease sale in Nevada that brought in a record-setting $9.4 million in bids. Similarly, the BLM's geothermal lease sale in California last August netted over $2.7 million across just 13 parcels of land. These revenues help fund other important functions of the Bureau, including mapping, permitting, scientific research, and conservation. In addition to requiring annual lease sales, the bill sets clear expectations and deadlines for geothermal permitting. By implementing transparent, predictable, and timely reviews, the CLEAN Act incentivizes further investment and helps meet the nation's rapidly rising energy demands. During committee markup, the bipartisan CLEAN Act was unanimously approved with an amendment reflecting meaningful collaboration among Democrats, Republicans, the Department of the Interior, and industry. The bill's common sense approach to incentivizing domestic geothermal energy investment and helping everyday Americans lower their monthly electric bills is a crucial step that Congress should not hesitate to take. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 1687, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The CLEAN Act is designed to speed up geothermal leasing and permitting, which we support. It would add a 30-day deadline for the Secretary to issue geothermal permits to drill if all environmental reviews have been completed. The CLEAN Act would also require the Department of Interior to hold lease sales once a year instead of every 2 years. The current leasing schedule means that geothermal developers can wait for years just for the chance to lease public lands, creating delays in getting clean, reliable energy to American communities. This faster leasing schedule only applies to states where developers have expressed interest in geothermal leasing, so it won't make extra work for field offices that have no reason to do this work. I want to thank the bill sponsor and my colleagues across the aisle for working with the Natural Resource Committee Democrats to retain important agency discretion in which public lands are leased. The bill, as originally drafted before these revisions, required that the Department of Interior offer a lease to every piece of public land that the industry expressed an interest in. That old language mirrored language that passed in the Big Ugly Bill for oil and gas, requiring the Secretary to offer lease of all public lands that any industry would want. It doesn't matter that if that meant allowing drilling next to a drinking water source like Colorado's Aurora Reservoir, or the destruction of beloved trails like a popular trail in North Dakota's Badlands. Since the passage of the Big Ugly Bill, BLM has put up public lands for leasing in both of these areas, creating local backlash. Geothermal drilling is certainly less dangerous than oil and gas, but there are still risks and places that are inappropriate to lease for both environmental, cultural, and other reasons. Our Natural Resources Democrats have worked across the aisle in good faith to make a compromise, which will allow BLM to lease most of the industry-nominated public lands, but allows the Secretary to choose not to lease lands for legal or environmental reasons. We can speed up the build-out of clean, reliable geothermal energy without sacrificing special places and community support. While I recognize that this bill still contains controversial provisions, including the requirement that 75% of nominated parcels for geothermal development be leased, we are encouraged by the reduction of the threshold, and committee Democrats are urging the Senate to carefully consider the legislation and prioritize a balanced approach to managing our public lands, one that prioritizes responsible management of public lands for our communities and for the environment. I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues, or committee Democrats, urge our colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, most of America's geothermal resources lie beneath federal lands, and interest in leasing those areas continues to grow. It's imperative that we increase the frequency of geothermal lease sales from every 2 years to annually and further streamline the permitting process. Doing so will help keep energy costs low and keep America's lights on. I applaud Representative Fulcher for his work on this important legislation, which I urge my colleagues to support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1687 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5631 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5631, a bill to appoint a geothermal ombudsman and establish a geothermal permitting task force from within the Bureau of Land Management and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, will each control 20 minutes. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 5631, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 5631, the Geothermal Energy Advancement Act, sponsored by Representative Hurd. The United States has an abundance of natural resources, and many of these resources are found on federal land throughout the country. There's one resource in particular that is uniquely positioned to help meet our growing energy demand in the western United States, and that is geothermal energy. The first geothermal project on BLM lands was approved in 1978. Since then, technological advancements and increased data collection have given thermal or geothermal projects significant momentum, and BLM lands have attracted strong interest from geothermal producers. The U.S. Geological Survey estimates that the Great Basin region alone holds about 135 gigawatts of next-generation geothermal potential. That's enough to power roughly 100 to 135 million homes. Today, there are 51 operating power plants producing geothermal energy on BLM-managed lands with a combined installed capacity of more than 2.6 gigawatts. Unfortunately, the cumbersome leasing and permitting practices on federal lands have prolonged project timelines and increased costs for geothermal developers. This is why I'm pleased to support the Geothermal Energy Advancement Act. This past December, during a legislative hearing, we heard from multiple witnesses who stressed the importance of common sense measures that further exploration, provide timely lease sales, and enhance geothermal expertise within federal agencies. This legislation includes provisions from 6 bipartisan bills that accomplish just that. The Geothermal Ombudsman for National Deployment and Optimal Reviews Act, introduced by Representative Hurd, will provide BLM with the needed staffing flexibility by appointing a geothermal ombudsman from within the agency, who will coordinate among offices and assign expert personnel from across the Department of the Interior to assist with approvals as part of a newly formed geothermal permitting task force. The Geothermal Gold Book Development Act, introduced by Representative Ansari, directs DOI to identify and publish standard procedures and guidelines in a gold book for efficient and environmentally responsible geothermal leasing and permitting for use by BLM field offices and geothermal operators. The Geothermal Royalty Reform Act, introduced by Representative Kennedy, provides a much-needed fix to the royalty system for geothermal energy, ensuring fair cost distribution for new geothermal facilities on federal land. The Streamlining Thermal Energy through Advanced Mechanisms Act, or the STEAM Act, introduced by Representative Lee, extends categorical exclusions available to oil and gas activities to geothermal development. The Geothermal Cost Recovery Authority Act, introduced by Representative Ocasio-Cortez, would authorize the BLM to establish fees for geothermal operators to offset permitting costs. And lastly, the Geothermal Energy Opportunity Act, or the GEO Act, introduced by Representative Malloy, requires the BLM to follow through on its job of processing geothermal permits and authorizations unless a federal court directs it to do otherwise. Together, these reforms will help to release the heat below our feet and bolster American energy dominance. I urge all my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 5631, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5631, the Geothermal Energy Advancement Act. This bipartisan package will deliver safe, clean, reliable energy for the American people, helping to lower energy prices and meet growing electricity demand. The bills in this package will let us make use of recent breakthroughs in geothermal technology that unlock gigawatts of clean domestic energy, helping to get American families off of the fossil fuel roller coaster. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for working together to speed up the build out of next generation geothermal without sacrificing environmental or community protections. These bills will help fund the experts needed to efficiently process permits, establish a specialized problem-solving ombudsman to coordinate and resolve permitting disputes, and to standardize best practices across field offices. They will extend a streamlined permitting pathway available to oil and gas wells on already developed lands to geothermal development, give the Department of the Interior a deadline to issue authorizations after reviews are complete, and modify how royalties are collected to incentivize new development on one lease. All of these are common sense reforms that safely speed up the build out of clean, reliable energy, and I'm proud to stand in support of this timely bipartisan package. I look forward to hearing more from our bill co-sponsors, and I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Colorado, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Hurd.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Westerman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5631, the Geothermal Energy Advancement Act. I want to begin by thanking my Republican colleagues, Representatives Lee, Malloy, and Kennedy, and my Democratic colleagues, Representatives Ansari and Ocasio-Cortez, for their partnership on this bipartisan legislation. At a time when Americans are often told Congress cannot work together across the aisle, this bill is proof that we still can. Geothermal energy represents one of the most promising opportunities in America's energy future. And when we talk about geothermal energy in this bill, we're not talking about heating and cooling systems for individual buildings. We are talking about large-scale electricity generation from the heat miles beneath the Earth's surface, energy available around the clock and dispatched when the grid needs it. It is American energy. It is always available. It strengthens grid reliability. It supplies reliable power for military installations, advanced manufacturing, and critical infrastructure. And it can help meet growing energy demand without relying on foreign supply chains. The good news is that the challenge facing geothermal energy today is not a lack of resources. It is not a lack of innovation. It is not technology. It is not lack of entrepreneurial spirit. The challenge is process, is red tape. Geothermal projects can be complex and capital intensive. Now, this legislation does not solve every challenge facing the industry, but it addresses one of the challenges that Congress can solve: unnecessary delay, fragmented permitting, and regulatory uncertainty. When projects spend years navigating regulatory uncertainty, these costs ultimately get built into the project. Greater certainty helps attract investment, accelerate deployment, and bring promising projects online more quickly. Across the West, we have extraordinary geothermal potential, but permitting remains fragmented, timelines are uncertain, and expertise is often spread unevenly across the federal government. As a result, projects face delays that serve no one's interest. This legislation takes a practical approach to solving those problems. It improves coordination, it increases certainty, it streamlines permitting, and it helps ensure that expertise is available where it's needed. It also provides the tools necessary to move worthy projects through the process more efficiently while maintaining responsible environmental stewardship. In short, this bill helps the system work the way Congress intended it to work. America has tremendous geothermal potential, but we have a deployment problem. The good news, though, is we can solve it. And if we are serious about American energy security, American competitiveness, and American innovation, we should remove unnecessary barriers that prevent us from developing the resources that we already possess. The future will require more electricity, more reliability, more domestic energy production. Geothermal can help meet that challenge. This legislation helps unlock that potential. Thank you, Chairman Westerman, for your invaluable help on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5631, and I yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as is needed to the gentlewoman from Nevada.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairman and my colleague from Colorado for their leadership in this package. And I rise today in support of a rare issue that is uniting Americans from the right, the left, and the center: geothermal energy. Particularly during a time when it too often can feel like Congress can't agree on anything, today's package is a standout in the best way. As the United States continues to face increasing energy demand here at home and rising energy costs from abroad, fully harnessing our domestic geothermal resources is more important than ever. My home state of Nevada has been a pioneer of both conventional and next-generation geothermal energy, including as the site of the country's first enhanced geothermal plant. With exciting and ongoing developments in the geothermal technology, the Department of Energy has estimated that America will be able to affordably capture enough of our abundant geothermal resources nationwide to power more than 65 million homes over the next 25 years. Let me be clear, this is baseload 24/7 clean energy, and that's why I am proud to co-lead the Geothermal Energy Advancement Act with Congressman Hurd. Our bipartisan package is the most significant geothermal legislation in more than a half a century since the foundational Geothermal STEAM Act of 1970. And I'm thrilled that the package includes my STEAM Act, which I'm proud to co-lead with Representatives Celeste Malloy and Senator Catherine Cortez Masto. The STEAM Act will ensure that geothermal industry has the same flexibility to explore and develop on previously disturbed or studied public lands that the oil and gas industry has had for upwards of 2 decades. At long last, we will be leveling the playing field for this promising and proven 24/7 clean energy source. And there's a reason that the STEAM Act and all 6 bills in the package unanimously passed out of the House Natural Resources Committee. It's because members from all corners of the ideological spectrum know that geothermal can make a real difference. The U.S. contains more than 5 terawatts of geothermal resources, enough to meet the electricity needs of the entire world. With energy costs going up, I've long said that we need to embrace an all-of-the-above approach to bring down these costs for hardworking Americans. And this geothermal package and the homegrown energy that it supports will do just that. I urge my colleagues to support our bipartisan, common sense, and cost-saving legislation. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have an opportunity to unlock one of America's greatest untapped energy resources and invest in our nation's future. I rise in support of H.R. 5631, the Geothermal Energy Advancement Act. First, I want to thank Representative Hurd, Chairman Westerman, and my colleagues on the Natural Resources Committee and the staff, theirs and mine, who put the work in to build this historic geothermal package. I'm proud that my own bill, the Geothermal Royalty Reform Act, is being passed as part of it, giving developers the regulatory certainty they need to build. Geothermal is one of the most promising, untapped renewable energy resources on the planet, and no state is better positioned to lead the world into this frontier than the state of Utah, with more than 10 gigawatts of reliable power beneath it. The Department of Energy projects that next-generation geothermal could provide 90 gigawatts of power nationwide by 2050, a 20 times increase, enough to power millions of homes while meeting our rising demand. It is firm baseload power the kind that can keep the grid stable and energy affordable for working families. Energy costs are climbing and families feel it every month. Geothermal can be part of the answer. So that's what's standing in the way. For too long, it was our own regulatory environment. Geothermal developers have been forced through a maze of outdated permitting and duplicative reviews. This bill will clear those obstacles instead of creating them. Mr. Speaker, the resource is real, the technology is proven, and American industry is ready to build. The only thing holding us back now is Washington itself. This bill changes that and puts the clean power beneath our feet to work. Let's unlock American energy and deliver the reliable power this country runs on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit 6 letters of support for the Geothermal Energy Advancement Act. For the record, these letters are from ClearPath, from Corporate Energy Buyers Association, from Enhanced Geothermal Systems Deployment Coalition, Geothermal Rising Action, Ormat Technologies, and Zanskar Geothermal and Minerals.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I again urge my colleagues to support the Geothermal Energy Advancement Act. At a time when competition with China on AI and data centers is at an all-time high, we cannot afford to fall behind in power generation. Geothermal energy can provide reliable baseload power throughout the West, as well as other parts of the country, and enhance American energy independence. I'd like to thank the sponsors of the bill included in this bipartisan package for their work to bring this legislation to the floor, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5631, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-254.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 254, an act to amend the Marine Mammal Protection Act of 1972 to protect the cultural practices and livelihoods of producers of Alaska Native handicrafts and marine mammal ivory products, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material to S-254, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I rise in support of S-254, Alaska's Right to Ivory Sales and Tradition Act, or the Artist Act. Subsistence harvest of marine mammals is a key aspect of Alaska Native culture. Subsistence hunters harvest marine mammals for both food and to create native handicrafts, clothing, and artwork. Many of the millions of Americans that visit Alaska each year purchase these products. However, as states have enacted bans on ivory to prevent the trafficking of elephant tusk, these bans have been incorrectly applied to walrus ivory, a central component of the Alaska Natives' creations. The Artist Act fixes this long-standing issue by allowing Alaska Natives' handicraft and artwork to be sold in interstate commerce. Ultimately, this bill recognizes the immeasurable ways in which Alaska Natives have contributed to the story of Alaska. I thank Congressman Begich for his leadership on this important issue in the House and Senator Sullivan for his leadership in the Senate, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 254 would amend Section 101B of the Marine Mammal Protection Act, which allows Alaska Native communities to take marine mammals for subsistence purposes. This proposed amendment would allow Alaska Native communities to take marine mammals for the creation and sale of arts and crafts. The MMPA already permits the use of marine mammary ivory in Alaska Native art when the animal was taken for subsistence. However, Alaska Native artists have faced barriers to market due to state-level bans on the sale of ivory. They routinely use whale, baleen bones, and ivory walrus tusks in their artwork, which have been caught up in good faith efforts to curb the trade of elephant and rhinoceros ivory. So this bill would clarify that authentic Alaska Native art made with marine mammal products may be sold nationwide. This will provide greater flexibility and certainty to Alaska Native artists. Importantly, this bill would maintain the Secretary's authority under the MMPA to regulate the take of depleted marine mammal stocks based on scientific evidence and the consideration of indigenous knowledge. It also maintains the authority of states to regulate or ban the sale of other ivory, such as elephant ivory. The artwork this bill would support is important to Alaska Native traditions and cultures. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting S254, and I reserve my balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Alaska, the lead sponsor of the House companion to this bill, Mr. Begich.
The gentleman from Alaska is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of S254, the Alaska's Right to Ivory Sales and Tradition Act, the Artist Act. For generations, Alaska Native artisans along our North Pacific and Arctic coasts have carved walrus ivory into works of extraordinary beauty, a tradition handed down through families, woven into the cultural life of entire communities, and for many, a vital source of income. But in recent years, well-meaning efforts to crack down on the illegal elephant ivory trade have swept up something they were never meant to touch: the legal, sustainable, lawfully harvested ivory at the heart of Alaska Native art. Buyers grew confused. Some states moved to ban these handicrafts outright, and Alaska Native carvers who have done nothing wrong watch their livelihoods and their heritage put at risk. The Artist Act fixes that. It makes it clear that authentic Alaska Native handicrafts may be bought and sold across this country. It stops states from outlawing a responsible tradition that predates them by centuries. This is about cultural durability and the right of Alaska Native families to practice their traditions and provide for their communities. I want to thank Senator Dan S. Sullivan for his leadership in carrying this bill through the Senate. With House action, the Artist Act will be one step away from restoring the rights of Alaska Native craftsmen. I urge my colleagues to support S254, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, last year a bipartisan group of members of our committee traveled to Alaska. As part of that visit, we held a roundtable with Alaska Native organizations, during which we heard about the importance of subsistence hunting for Alaska Native communities, cultures, and economies. Enacting this bill will remove a long-standing barrier for the sale of Alaska Native handicrafts and artwork, and I'm pleased that Congress is championing policies that are important to the Alaska Native way of life. Urge adoption of S254, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is whether the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 254. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative. The gentleman from Arkansas.
I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7250.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 589, H.R. 7250, a bill to reauthorize the Fort Peck Reservation Rural Water System Act of 2000.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 7250, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consider.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 7250, a bill to reauthorize the Fort Peck Reservation Rural Water System, sponsored by Representative Troy Downing of Montana. The system consists of 2 interconnected water systems in northeastern Montana, which serve tribal and non-tribal communities. Major features of the system have already been completed, and a substantial portion is operational. However, some work remains to complete the project. This legislation would extend the Bureau of Reclamation's authority to carry out work on the project through fiscal year 2028, which will provide enough time to complete the project using existing funds. I commend Representative Downing for his leadership on this important issue. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7250. This legislation would extend the Fort Peck Reservation Rural Water System completion date to December of 2028. In 2000, Congress authorized the Fort Peck Reservation Rural Water System to address water quality and supply concerns in northeastern Montana. This project consists of the Assiniboine and Sioux Rural Water System and the Dry Prairie Rural Water System. Together, they will provide safe, reliable water from the Missouri River to over 32,000 residents across the Fort Peck Indian Reservation and communities in northeastern Montana. Over the years, Congress has provided extensions to account for delays in project construction due to insufficient appropriations and rising construction costs. H.R. 7250 would provide another simple 2-year extension to ensure that construction of the final components of the Assiniboine and Sioux and the Dry Prairie rural water systems can be completed. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Montana, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Downing.
The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7250, my legislation to reauthorize the Fort Peck Reservation Rural Water System Act. Passage of this bill will ensure the completion of a vital piece of water infrastructure for my constituents living in one of the most rural areas of the country. Northeast Montana faces a variety of significant water access challenges, including regular droughts and contaminated groundwater. Towns, farms, ranches, and tribes in the region need reliable water treatment facilities and infrastructure in order to overcome these issues. To address these challenges, the Fort Peck Reservation Rural Water System Act of 2000 authorized a major water infrastructure partnership between the Assiniboine and Sioux Rural Water Supply System of the Fort Peck Reservation and the Dry Prairie Rural Water System in northeast Montana. It also provided funding and technical support for the project through the Bureau of Reclamation. In the ensuing 2.5 decades, the two water systems have successfully worked together with federal partners to build an extensive network of over 3,000 miles of water pipeline, along with multiple pumping stations and a water treatment plant to service the region's 18,000 residents. The project is nearly finished, with only 2 out of Dry Prairie's 23 pipeline phases in need of completion. However, its current federal authorization is set to expire at the end of the year. My legislation, H.R. 7250, extends the water systems authorization by 2 years to provide the necessary time for the completion of these final phases of the project. Without an authorization to build, the project's completion would be jeopardized. Notably, this legislation does not appropriate any additional federal funds. It solely reauthorizes work already on the verge of completion. H.R. 7250 will continue a critical infrastructure project that directly benefits rural and tribal communities in northeast Montana. Moreover, passage of this bill will allow this congressionally directed project to carry through to completion, ensuring that taxpayer dollars are spent as they were initially intended. I urge my colleagues to support this important initiative for Montana, and with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill will provide for the completion of a water system that is necessary for the long-term sustainability of rural communities in Montana. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, would the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7250? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3922 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 587, H.R. 3922, a bill to direct the Comptroller General of the United States to conduct a study on existing programs, rules, and authorities that enable or inhibit wildfire mitigation across land ownership boundaries on federal and non-federal land and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3922, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3922, the Cross-Boundary Wildfire Solutions Act, a bipartisan bill led by Representatives Neguse and Kim. This important, straightforward legislation directs the Government Accountability Office to conduct a study analyzing barriers to cross-boundary forest management between the federal government and non-federal partners. Catastrophic wildfires do not respect man-made boundaries. They burn across a patchwork of federal, state, tribal, local, and private lands, wreaking havoc all along the way. Confronting our nation's forest health and wildfire crisis requires an all-hands-on-deck approach with stronger coordination and collaboration across all jurisdictions. Tools like Good Neighbor Authority and shared stewardship has successfully allowed non-federal partners to work with federal agencies to carry out cross-boundary treatments to restore forest health and mitigate wildfire threats. Recently, the Trump administration signed a new shared stewardship agreement with Montana to treat up to 200,000 acres of fire-prone, overgrown forest. Just last week, another shared stewardship agreement was signed between the Forest Service and South Dakota, which will allow more fuels reduction treatment on South Dakota's nearly 2 million acres of forest land. This type of proactive collaboration is exactly what's needed, especially as we approach the height of what some are anticipating will be one of the worst wildfire years on record. However, more can be done to remove barriers that limit cross-boundary efforts, improve coordination, and reduce fragmentation and duplication across programs. H.R. 3922 will help address these challenges by directing the Government Accountability Office to conduct a study of wildfire mitigation efforts across federal and non-federal lands. This legislation requires an examination of federal programs, rules, and authorities to determine which policies are supporting cross-boundary efforts and which are inhibiting them. The study will also identify necessary changes to improve and increase wildfire mitigation efforts. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3922, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Cross-Boundary Wildfire Solutions Act, sponsored by Mr. Joe Neguse, would direct the Government Accountability Office, or GAO, to study the existing federal programs, rules, and authorities that either enable or inhibit cross-boundary wildfire mitigation. As we all know, wildfires do not respect property lines or jurisdictional boundaries, yet our mitigation efforts are too often hindered by the complex borders between federal, state, local, and tribal lands. This bill takes direct aim at this problem by answering Recommendation 24 from the Bipartisan Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission report. We need to know what is working and what is standing in the way. By identifying these gaps, we can improve collaboration, ensure all levels of government have better access to mitigation and funding, and build far more effective wildfire strategies. Ultimately, this legislation will enhance our capacity to manage these crises, reduce the frequency and severity of devastating wildfires, and protect our most vulnerable communities. I want to take a moment to congratulate my colleague, Representative Neguse from Colorado, for his exceptional leadership, not just on this bill, but on wildfires in general, and for his work in advancing critical legislation to protect our public lands. Through his dedicated work leading the Bipartisan Wildfire Caucus and serving as the ranking member of the Federal Land Subcommittee, Representative Neguse has been a relentless champion for our communities. And this is exactly the kind of bipartisan leadership and legislation needed to ensure we are doing everything possible to keep our communities safe. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as the gentleman may consume to the gentleman from Colorado.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me say thank you to my colleague from New Mexico for her steadfast leadership, for the work that she has done as a champion for the Southwest, the great state of New Mexico, and of course, her leadership on all matters connected to science. We are grateful to her for her steadfast leadership and commitment. I also will say to the chairman of the full committee, the gentleman from Arkansas, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this important legislation, and I certainly echo his remarks, the remarks from Representative Stansberry, and of course as well, Ranking Member Huffman. It's been said, but I think it bears repeating, wildfires do not care if lands are federal, state, or local. They don't respect man-made boundaries or political jurisdictions. And to give you a sense of what that means on the ground level, I am privileged to represent the great state of Colorado here in the U.S. Congress. I represent a congressional district that spans 12,000 square miles. It's larger than 8 states, most of which are on the eastern seaboard. Over half of my congressional district is federal public lands. I represent 3 national forests, some of the most beautiful parts of our country. And when you represent a district as large and as rural as mine, you see up close the damage and the devastation that comes from wildfires. Colorado is no stranger to wildfires, but in the last several years, we have had some of the most devastating in the history of our state. The Cameron Peak wildfire, the East Troublesome wildfire. These are wildfires that raged across hundreds of thousands of acres of land, federal land, state land, local land. And what we've learned during the course of those fires and in the wake of that devastation is the critical need for partnership and for wildfire mitigation that ultimately stretches across these political boundaries. It's the reason why, in the wake of the Cameron Peak fire in particular, we created the Bipartisan Wildfire Caucus, bringing together folks from across the political spectrum here in Washington, D.C. to try to arrive at solutions like this bill, which I think could make a real difference in saving lives in the Rocky Mountain West, in my congressional district, across the great state of Colorado, and indeed across the country. The Cross-Boundary Wildfire Solutions Act is simple, it is straightforward, it will help us identify and resolve the challenges that may exist with respect to gaps in wildfire mitigation across land ownership types. It's a simple, straightforward, bipartisan solution, and I am just delighted that we are able to come together on this important bill that I've introduced. So again, I thank you for your consideration. I hope we can all join in passing this and getting it across the finish line. And with that, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, to address the enormity of the wildfire crisis, it is critical that we find ways to improve forest management across man-made jurisdictional boundaries. H.R. 3922 is a good bipartisan bill that will do just that by identifying existing federal policies that can be changed to streamline proactive forest management. Before I close, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Without objection.
I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3922, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 meaning the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2860 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2860, a bill to reauthorize the Northwest Straits Marine Conservation Initiative Act to promote the protection of the resources of the Northwest Straits and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 2860, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I rise in support of the Northwest Straits Marine Conservation Initiative Reauthorization Act of 2025. The Northwest Straits Advisory Commission was first authorized by Congress in 1998. Initially, it was created to respond to discussions about a potential marine sanctuary that was proposed in that region of Washington state. In the years since, this commission has worked with local communities to conserve marine resources. H.R. 2860 reauthorizes this commission, establishes clear goals for the commission's work, and modifies its membership, including 2 representatives from the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 2860 reauthorizes the Northwest Straits Marine Conservation Initiative Act. This legislation promotes the protection and restoration of marine ecosystems in the Northwest Straits region of Washington state. The Northwest Straits region is a special place. It encompasses the marine waters of the Strait de Juan de Fuca and Puget Sound, a region of priceless biodiversity that's home to iconic species such as salmon, tufted puffins, and orcas, and has been stewarded by communities for generations. However, over the 20th century, the region's environmental health has declined due to habitat loss, reductions in wildlife populations, declining water quality, and the impacts of climate change, and we must do everything we can to address these issues. This bill takes a comprehensive approach to restore and protect the area. It leverages local knowledge and community engagement while providing federal resources and technical assistance to support and strengthen these ongoing efforts. This bill provides funding for projects that strengthen and proactively protect these ecosystems and support critical restoration. It also fosters collaboration by utilizing and reinforcing partnerships with tribal governments, local communities, state and federal agencies, and supports local communities' efforts to address environmental degradation, respond to the threats posed by climate change, and protect marine ecosystems. I therefore urge my colleagues to support this legislation and reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Washington.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 2860, the Northwest Straits Marine Conservation Initiative Reauthorization Act. The Northwest Straits Initiative started as a bipartisan, homegrown idea. Thanks to the foresight and hard work of Democratic Senator Patty Murray and my predecessor here in the U.S. House of Representatives, former Representative Jack Metcalf, and local stakeholders, Congress created the Northwest Straits Marine Conservation Commission in 1998. The commission works with 7 county-based Marine Resources Committees, or MRCs, in Northwest Puget Sound. 5 of these 7 MRCs are in the 5 counties I represent in Northwest Washington State. And over the past 20 years, the Commission's bottom-up approach has ensured that local communities and tribes have the resources and expertise that they need to keep marine habitats healthy and recovered endangered and threatened species, including the southern resident killer whales and salmon. My bill would reauthorize the Northwest Straits Commission for 7 years, ensuring the Commission can continue its work to restore the marine ecosystem of the Northwest Straits region, including by restoring shoreline in Skagit County, conserving Olympia oysters in Whatcom County, monitoring kelp beds in Island County, removing derelict vessels in San Juan County, and surveying foraged fish eggs in Snohomish County. Now, all these projects work in tandem or work together throughout the Puget Sound in order to increase the whole health of the Puget Sound. Not only do these projects restore the environment, but they're also supporting local jobs. According to the Commission, the Northwest Straits the Northwest Straits region contributes 16,000 jobs in Washington's commercial and recreational fishing industries and $150 million in economic input for the state's aquaculture industry. The Commission partners with ports, local authorities, state agencies, marine-based businesses, and tribes on everything from trapping invasive European green crab that threaten local shellfish economies to helping boaters identify and communicate eelgrass locations, which are poor anchorage sites but important for commercial and recreational marine species. This is locally driven, job-creating work that Congress should continue to support. And I want to thank Representative Emily Randall for co-leading this bill, Senators Murray and Cantwell for their partnership in the Senate, and Representatives Marilyn Strickland, Susan Delbene, Adam Smith, Pramila Jayapal, and Kim Schreier, all my colleagues here in the House, for co-sponsoring this bill. I want to thank the many partner organizations in our state whose advocacy and hard work have got the bill to this point, particularly the Northwest Straits Commission and the Puget Sound Partnership. Finally, I want to thank Ranking Member Huffman and Chair Westerman and the entire House Natural Resources Committee and the folks on the committee and the staff for working with my office to move this bill forward. I urge my colleagues to support this bill to keep the momentum going to restore marine habitat, protect Washington State's environment, and create more jobs in Northwest Washington State. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support this bill to reauthorize the Northwest Straits Advisory Commission. I commend my colleague, Mr. Larson from the state of Washington, not only for his work on this bill, but for on his leadership to pass a successful highway transportation reauthorization bill recently. Again, I support the legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2860 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the gentleman from Arkansas.
I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on the question will be postponed. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Boston firefighter Robert Buddy Kilduff, Jr. Bobby was a Marine veteran, a proud third-generation firefighter, and a dedicated father to 2 beautiful children. For 24 years, he served the Boston Fire Department and kept the people of Boston safe. Tragically, Bobby died last week while in service to our community, battling a large fire at a home in Dorchester. My husband Conan and I extend our deep condolences to his daughter, Hannah Jane, his son Mason, his partner Jess, his extended family, and the Boston Firefighters Local 718 as they grieve this loss. His 24-year-old daughter spoke passionately at his funeral in Boston yesterday. She said, "My dad represents everything our world can be if we look out for each other, if we reach out to help first and ask questions later." He used to say that the only thing he loved more than being a firefighter was being our dad. Bobby's humanity, empathy, and strength saved the lives of so many of our Boston neighbors. As we mourn this loss, may we carry his example forward in word and deed. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, our debate.